So hey guys, I hope my audio is fine at the back. Yes, no, maybe. Yes, the back. Yeah, people gone all the way to the last rows. கவலைப்படுங்க என் காலேஜில் தான் பண்ணுவேன் பின்னாடி போய் உட்காந்துப்பேன் யாரும் கவனிக்க மாட்டாங்க படுத்தா எங்கே ஒன்றுமே தெரியாது எனக்கு. Okay, how many of you guys are Tamil speaking? Okay, wait, wrong question. How many of you do not understand Tamil? That's nice. Anybody who is having I can speak in Tamil, Hindi, and English, which is the three languages I know. So I'll stick to English. Is English fine for everybody? இல்லைன்னு மட்டும் சொல்லிடாதீங்க கேட்க முடியாது right? So I'll stick with English. My name is Kamlesh. I'm with Talentship as a program executive. I'll be a host for the day. So I have my team here from Chennai React. They'll be taking the show from this, right? So how many of you guys are first timers for this session? First timers, raise your hands please. Nice, wonderful. How many of you guys are returnees that you're coming in? Wonderful. I know a couple of faces here. I've seen them, I remember them for quite some time. Nice. So I haven't prepared much, I'll be very honest. We had our vacation period right now. We just came back from vacation yesterday, so I'm going to monologue everything that's happening today, right? So we'll go as is. So if this is the first time for you, a good round of applause for making the first step into the Chennai React community. And if you're a returning member as well, give a round of applause for you guys as well, because you guys are now building the foundation for the Chennai React community. So till this date, there's not been a dedicated community for Chennai React in this scale. We're trying to make a change for that. So with your initiation, with your efforts, you are dedicating time on a Saturday where if it was me, I would just be home and be sleeping, have a hectic week. But yet you guys chose to come here, spend time with us, connect with people, explore knowledge, and share your knowledge with the others, which is quite amazing. So you guys are the foundation of the platform that we're building, which is Chennai React, which is one of the fastest growing community platforms in Chennai. A more detailed explanation about this is going to be given by Nikhil and Surya, the both big brains of the Chennai React community. So they'll be speaking up next. So I'm going to hand this over to Nikhil real quick. Before that, we'll wait for another 5 good minutes. Let me see. Time is. We start? We go live? Okay, fine. We have some more people joining us. They are asked us to start, so we'll just go live. If you guys want to take water breaks, the pantry is at the back. Water bottles are there. If you need some support at your place, raise your hands. Volunteers will come to you. And the washrooms are to my extreme left. You can go this way or you can go from the back, right? So without any further ado, I hand it over to Nikhil, who will be taking over the show for a bit. And then I think I'll be back after that, right?
Hi everyone, thanks everyone for coming. This is our fourth meetup. We started this on February this year, and we conduct meetups every other month. So thanks everyone for coming. So this time we had more number of registration, and we thought of sending invites to 180 people, but still I think it's because yesterday it rained and it's end of month, so I think that crowd is little lower here. Sound? Okay. Yeah, so that's why the crowd is little lower, and people also coming, so let's see. And we also live stream this event in YouTube, so it will be recorded. If you want to later see the talks, it will be recorded. So we are also on Discord, so we are planning to have everyone join here. So we're planning for a lot of online meetups also conducting here, and also job listings, that's also we are planning. We are talking to a lot of founders, so they are also interested to post their openings here in our Discord. So please join us. There's QR codes in all of your branches. You can scan that and join our Discord and all our social media platforms. So we are building a website for Chennai React. So right now we have this Bento page. So here we list all our social media platforms. That's the QR you all have in your table. So here we have all our socials. We have a Meetup Luma registration here. So we used to have it in our meetup.com website, but we are moving to Luma now. So all the meetups will be registered here. all our socials, and we are also looking for speakers for all the events. So you can click on this form and register if you want interested to talk on this meetup. And Talentship here, this is our venue partner. They are really interested to host all the meetups related to Chennai, React, and stuff like that. And thank you so much for them. And these are community partners, and this is our core team. So yeah, we are planning to build a website that includes a lot of 3D elements as well, and also parallax scroll. So something very cool website that we're planning to build. So if you are interested to contribute, it will be open source. So you can reach out to us or reach out to our GitHub organization and contribute to our code. And yeah, I'll give it to Surya.
Hi, Vanakkam. Vanakkam, Chennai. Hello. Vanakkam. All right. Just wanted to say, like, from Talentship side, we are now a silver sponsor of React India Goa. So which is like happening on October 17, 18, and 19. Like 17 is gonna be the online. It's gonna be a workshop, and like 18 and 19, it's gonna be in person. So this is kind of a request to everyone to join and try to come to this event to get more knowledge about React. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. So that's the reason I'm mentioning it. So do register for React India, and also do visit us. We'll also be having our booth in React India Goa, and myself, Nikhil, and like everyone will be available there too. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's it. Follow us on socials and reach out to us if you are interested to contribute to our website. Cool. I think we can start with the speakers.
So yeah. So before that, how many of you guys have actually started posting about this event? Anybody? Nobody? Alright, cool. So I wanted to share some interesting stories that we had with this. So with initiation of you promoting and you amplifying this event, we have a lot of people actually getting internships. Some people actually joined us as interns through this event, and they had about 3 months, a couple of months with us. They were onboarded as interns, and we also had stories of people who are sharing these events and have also connected with people from React India, React Nexus, and the other React communities. So my pitch to everyone is to amplify this, because this is going to be one of the prime communities in Chennai, and right now the trends what we are having is a promising trend that we are one of the fastest growing React communities in Chennai, and we want to make this one of the best communities out there. Right now our partnerships are going like, it's going crazy. We're being partnered up with GDG, we have Fast Chennai, we have a lot of communities collaborating with us and us collaborating with them, and it's going in a very rapid phase, and it's only thanks to each and every one of your inputs. So this shouldn't stop right there. So what I ask of everyone is, if you are done, if you love this event, if you have any feedback for us, if you have any kind of things you would like to share with us, make sure you go hit that social button, LinkedIn, Instagram, wherever you feel comfortable, go post about it, share your thoughts, share what you learned, share the goodies, share whatever you want about. Yeah? We have also photo booth out there. We'll see if we can give you a good, I think we have some goodies also. So make sure you take some photos in the selfie booth. We'll see to it that you get some goodies once you do post a photo in that as well. I'm not going to give any kind of boring comments to everybody, but I have one last thing to ask of you. Are you guys sleepy? No? Wonderful. One person is not. Only you're not sleepy, ma'am, because everyone else there. Last one, anga apdiye kannu sokkudhu anga rendu perukku. Kannu therla ena kannadi pottom, but sokkudhu kannu. Sleepy? No? Shall I ask for coffee for everyone? Yeah. Vardapar. There it is. So you guys are sleepy. If you are sleepy, we'll do that 10-minute, we'll turn off the lights, take a nap. My HR is going to come kick me out of this company, and then you guys then party hard, not to worry. So why are you guys so silent? Are you guys in college, school? No? Yes? No? Don't maybe call out hands, guys. So, good morning? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, for me this is morning. Saturday. IT worker, Saturday. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Hi. Adu. Hey. Hi. A little energy. Just a little energy. That's all I'm asking. A little energy before I hand it to Saravanan. Actually, yeah. Jay, sir. I called him a second. My bad. Jay. I got it to Jay, Saravanan. Before I hand it over to him. அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் ஒரு எடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாருன்னா எடுத்துகிட்டே இருப்பார், கிடைக்காது. இதுதான் ஃபன் சான்ஸ். ஐ ஆம் த ஃபன் பர்சன் ஹியர். ஹாய். நோ ஹாய். நோ ஹாய். Don't make me do my career in stand-up comedy right now, guys. Come on. Hi. Thank you. Hi. Now bye. I'm leaving. I'm giving it to Jay. So have a fun session now. I'm handing it over to Jay.
Okay. Could you hear me now? Could you hear me? Okay, could you hear me now, right? Either yes or no? That's all. Could you hear me? Yeah, okay. So, before I start the session, okay. Could you hear me now? Right? So, before we start this session, okay, how many of them tried the React 19 before this session? Maybe you got some chance. Nice. Two. Oh, nice. A lot of members. Okay. So, React 19, we are going to see about what are the new features which is available in the React 19, as well as like when the React 19 making a lot of buzz. Okay. So from the time of its release, right? So a lot of new features makes us to optimize our work or to like every sort of like we just நம்ம work வந்து கொஞ்சம் கம்மியாக ஆக்குற மாதிரி it's just it reduce our work and all those stuff. Okay, let's react. So whenever a version change in any package or any frameworks, so initially we have initially எப்படி இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா like so it will change the way of thinking, of the React, right? So same thing, React 19 is going to change our way of thinking the React in a different way. So a lot of hooks is going to we are not going to use that. A lot of new hooks is going to improve us. Okay, so let us see the features which is available in the React 19. So there are enhanced hooks. A lot of hooks have been introduced in the React 19. And actions, something form actions which is introduced there, and then server action, and then server component, and React compilers, very weighted one, like a very weighted one, and then the document meta. So the way of handling the meta documents is going to be different in React 19 when we compare to the previous version, and then the ref as a props, and the asset loading, and the web components. So okay, so these are the features. So first we can see about the React compiler. So how React compiler going to impact our okay. So how our React compiler good okay, could you hear it? So how the React compiler is going to impact our development works in our daily lives. So let's, before going inside that, so before React 19, so we need to, so if you need to optimize our web application, so we need to do something, right? So React gave a lot of features to optimize the application, right? So we got a lot of hooks and the APIs, right? It's like use memo, use callback, and memo APIs, right? So we'll tell the set of code not to re-render like until this dependency changes, right? So let us think like React compiler is going to change all those optimization works. It's going to take that work from us and it's going to do that optimization behalf of us. So literally, we don't want to use all this use callback, use memo, and React memo APIs. So this was interesting, right? So before we like understanding what is React compiler, so let's understand what is compiler. Okay, so compiler is just it will take a high-level code and it will compile it to the machine language, right? So so it is not a single step, but it has a multiple steps inside that. But for simple, we can take that it's just high-level language to machine level language, right? So what React compilers do differently. So here the comes like, so let's see what are the new things going to do other than the existing compiler. Okay, so let's see that. So this React compiler is it's an open source. It's a build-time tool. So it is like built in the JavaScript and it knows the rules of React. So rules of React. So base rules of React. So this is a very important. It will take. So okay, let go to the next slide. And then React compiler is not, it's an optional build-time tool. So it is not going to come along with the React Native. So we need to, if you need the React compiler, we need to configure our React compiler to our React Native project. So it's not bundled with our React Native. So if you need to do that. So let's see. So for example, React compiler, what will do is, so it will only compiles and optimize the code only if we follow the rules of the React. So what was that means? If you are not following the rules of React, so we are React developer, right? So if you are not following the rules of the React, means it will just skip that component and will go to the next component which we have worked. So this is so React compiler always detects whether we are following the rules or not. So why? Because we just understand from the architecture diagram. So this is the architecture diagram of the React compiler. So it has three things. So compiler core, Babel plugin, and the ESLint plugin. All right. So so ESLint plugin. So about the ESLint plugin. So ESLint plugin, it will catch all the rules of React. So rules of React, in sense, we have it will whether we have initialized all those state variables correctly or not at the top of the component. All those stuffs it will check. It will have the catchy there, and it will give the information to the Babel. So once it's all the syntax is checked, so Babel plugin will get the help from the compiler code. Not only it will convert our code to machine code, it will optimize our code first, and then it will convert into the machine level code. So this is the difference between the normal compiler and the React compiler. So the Babel plugin will play a major role here to optimize our codes and the components and the functions and the hooks. So let's see some demos. So before demo, anyone tried React compiler in React 19 projects? Those who tried, yeah. So what would you experience? Like how do you feel like all the so whatever the component you added, so whether it's converted or if we faced any errors?
Since we have the live stream going, only if you speak in the mic, the people online can hear as well. Who was speaking? Who was speaking now? Somebody here? Thank you. Use a mic, use a mic. Just raise your hand, I'll get the mic to you.
Yeah, no.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used React compiler. So manually, like if you want to optimize any components, so we need to use callback or use memo or React memo. So what React compiler does is like we need to like install Babel plugin, React Babel plugin. So we need to enable it inside the babel.config. So once we enable this, all the components will be memoized. So we can see whether the component is memoized or not in the developer tool itself. So if the component is memoized, so that will be shown as a memoized component. So and also like as you said, we need to follow the rules of React. Suppose like if we initialize, suppose if we call the hooks inside any if condition, that component will not be memoized. Yeah, that's
so. So this is the thing, like I also try to do the negative things, like by breaking the rules. React compile doesn't touch the component. Other than the other components are it's compiled and it memorized all the components. Okay. So for installing the React compiler in a React 19 projects, we have 3 steps. Before these 3 steps, we have a command called npx react compiler lcheck. At experimental is like still this version is in the experimental, right? So that's why the version is experimental. So this React compiler lcheck will check whether your React 19 project is capable to run the our React compiler. So it will give all the details about the components and whether you can able to run or whether all the components is follow the rules and regulations. So after checking that, we can install the ESLint plugin and Babel plugin, and then we need to do some config.js and bitconfig.js. So basically, this configuration is going to change from Vite and other React tools. Okay, so if you're using Next, so the configuration will be different, but all the details in the documentation they very clearly, so we can try it out. Okay, so let me show the demo. So before showing the demo, so I have 2 applications, 2 React 19 applications. Okay, so one contains React compiler, another doesn't have the React compiler. Okay, I'm just going to show the same demo. Okay, so what is happening? So how the components get memorized in the React compiler, and without the compiler, how it's not, how it's re-rendering often. Okay, you can see that. Okay. So before that, let us see how we can install the React compiler. But I already installed here. I just show the commands and let me check the config file as well. Okay. So this is the project which I doesn't have the React compiler. Okay. Let me run the command. That. Yeah. So we can see the report, right? It tells only the 13 out of 17 components it can able to optimize. The other 4 components it can't able to compile, and it's throwing some error, right? So this report will be very useful. So whether we can able to this command is very useful, right? So before you will install all configuring all the React compiler. Yeah. Is it visible now? Fine. Let's see. Fine. So when you see the screen, like it just telling successfully compiled 13 out of 17 components, right? So it can able to compile only 13 components out of 17. So other 4 components it can't able to compile because I'm just like not following the rules of the React. So and then it says that there is no strict mode issue, and then there is no incompatibility libraries found. So this is all the 3 finds clear. So this command will be very useful because in production this is not advisable to use in production. But if you're trying to adapt this React compiler in your project, you can check before you install this. Okay. And then let me so these are the commands to install this React compiler plugins on the Babel wing. Okay. So next we just going to go and see what are the configuration we need to do. Let me go to the Vcon config.js. So inside this Vcon config, so I am using Vite. So I need to update some Vite here. So I need to introduce some config variable. For now it's empty, so I'm not doing any complex task here. So we need to import that inside the plugin. So where we have the MTR will be there, we need to import this Babel plugin compiler and React compiler. So this was like very clear in the documentation. You can see that. And then we need to update the ESLint as well. So in the ESLint, we will just add our React compiler in the rules so that it will add the error as well as the plugin. So this is the process. If you're running this and restarting the application, the React compiler will start to compile all the stuff. Okay, so let's go to the code. So this is the code base which we don't have the React compiler here. Okay, so here we have an app component where we have products. Let me zoom it. Let me close this. Could you able to see that screen? Right. So here we have a food product called a variable. It's like a constant variable. Excuse me. So and we have a form here, and we have a child component product page. So what we are doing here is, so here we also have a title variable. So title is going to be a dynamic one here. So we are just passing this title to our child component, to the product page, as well as our constant variable food product. Let's go to the product page. Yeah, so here in the product page we have three subcomponents again, so three child components again. So where we have heading, product list, and the feature products. So here what happened is, like, we are getting these two props here, products and the heading. Okay, so from that we are just manipulating the feature products from the this particular props, and then we are just passing all these variables, products and the total products and the heading, to the feature product list and the heading components. When you see the heading props, it is only used in the heading subcomponent, right? So we are not using any other subcomponent. So the product is not involved here, and feature product also is not involved, right? So let's. Okay. So this particular heading props is not used in any other subcomponents like a product list and the feature product, right? So whenever the parent components get loaded, that means the product page gets loaded because of this heading props. So it should not load, right? This was we use the memo isn't component, right? So use React.memo API, right? So let's see the demo here. Let me start. Okay, so here we have a header component here, and our product list component and a feature list component. Okay, let me zoom as well so that this one. Could you able to see the console, right? Right. So whenever we refresh this page, we can able to see re-render the heading component, product list component, as well as the feature product and like the component. Okay, so let's see here the app.jsx. So we are just updating this. We have a form here. Okay, so in this form we just updating the title using a function. We just updating the site title and new title, and we just have the reference, right? So it will automatically re-render the other components. So let us check. Let's clear the console and change the control title to food list. Okay, update title. You can see, right? So all the subcomponents, all these child component of the product list has been changed, right? So heading, product list, all on the feature products, all these three components has been changed, right? So we have only changed the heading props, so it should not re-render all these other two child component, right? So but we can do the same code. The same code I'm just doing in the React compiler project. Okay, let me clear this. Let me refresh. All the subcomponents get loaded, and you can see all the heading, product list, and the product feature product is getting loaded. Let me change this product name. Could you able to see your screen, right? You can see only the heading component gets re-rendered. The other two components get. So without any use memo API, the React components is automatically getting optimized. So, but there is a restriction in the React. So, only when we follow the rules of the React, only we will get the this kind of optimizing the things. If you feel that React after the compilations, you feel that any components is getting breaked or any optimization is getting breaked, so you can also use that use no memo here directive, so that it will skip that component alone. It will do other components to optimize that. Okay, so this is the one option they gave till now. So still it is in the like what is it in the development board, so we can try to the because we should not use in the production side. So let's go to the next. So let's see about the enhanced hooks. So before seeing this enhanced hooks, before React 19, so how we will handle the forms? So we'll have a separate state variable for all the input fields, right? So we have the separate state variables, and we have a separate state variables for handling this errors, for storing the errors, for storing the response, all those stuffs, right? And we also have a spending state variable to track whether the asking the task is complete or not. So in order to optimize that, React 19 has gave us a lot of optimized hooks. So let's see the yeah, as you said before, this hooks are going to be not used. Maybe the use memo, use callback, React memo. If your React compiler is compatible to use in the React project, it won't be used. And the forward reference officially we are not going to use in the React 19. So these are the new hooks which we are using in the React 19. So the use action state, use form state, use optimistic, and the use. I don't say the use is a hook, it's just a API. Okay, let me go next. So yeah, traditional ways of. So this is the traditional way of so handling the form, right? So we have sorry. Yeah. So we have state variables for each input fields, and like the input fields, and we have state variables for each everything. So and then we are setting all the values manually, right? So on change we need to set the manually, right? And then we need to pause all the stuffs, and then for getting all the information, the error message, all those stuffs, we use the state variables, right? And then we will call this function on submit, and using the state variable values, we will hit the our API. So it's the dummy API. I'll just show the demo. Don't get confused with this. So, so React 19 is giving some thing as action. So what is action? So you saw right, so instead of the on submit here, instead of on submit, so React gave something like action, where we don't want the all the state variables. When you notice there, we don't have the state variable for our input fields, like the email and the thing, right? So how do you handle all those values? Here also we are not setting all these values. So automatically we just giving the name here. You can see the name email and name password, right? So we just give the name there, and then automatically we can be able to get the form values from here. Like this is the callback function of this action. So in the parameter we'll get all the form values. We can get the email and the password from the form value, and then we can use that inside that. So this is one of the, this looks better, decent, right? When you compare to the previous version, right? Yeah. So let's see more optimized then. So before this, we are going to see about the server action. So we saw this function, right? The sign in user, right? So the both form and the callback function is in the client side, right? In the React 19, they have introduced something called server action, where we can like deploy our callback function in this server, so that whenever form is called, it will directly call our server component, it will call the execute this function, and it will return the value here. So for that we use use server directly. So but this use server is not used for the server component, so it is not officially said. So this use server is for only the server action to specify the server action callback function. Okay. Let's go to the use action state. So still you saw we are using state variable, right, for storing the success response and the error response and the other pending, all those stuff, right? So React is like give this use action state to not use any state variable in the form. It's interesting, right? So let us see here. There is no state variable here. It's just a use action state. Okay. Use action states as a callback function as is the sign in user, and then it has the default state value. So this default state value we can give anything like what you need. So you can give the null and all of that. See here, I'm just handling data null inside this default value and the user. So you will assign this default value to the user. So user will have both the data and the error with the null value. Okay, and the submit action. So instead of calling the sign-in user directly, so now we are going to call this submit action from here. So it will internally trigger the sign-in user. It will take all this is pending. So we don't want any want this separate state variable for that. Okay, and that is the sign-in user. Yeah, after clicking also we have the same thing. So we don't we are not manually updating our state variables or any hooks any states here, and we just using so we will see, right, this user we are using here to show the error message and the response success response, and also we are using the is pending variable from here. So there is no use state variable. So so they have reduced the usage of use state inside the form. So this will give you the more optimization, right? So let's see some demo over this. Oh, sure. Okay. So let us see our basic version of sign-in. You can able to see the screen, right? No zoom. Okay. So this is the our so we used to have these state variables here. So how we will handle the forms before, right? So let us see some quick demo there. So we have the email ID. I just having some dummy API response here or .js. Let me close this. Yeah. So we have the authentication user here. So we just checking whether the user email has the admin@gmail.com and password as a test123, and then we are just resolving after a time of 2 seconds. Okay, this is the dummy auth.js. Okay, so let us log in with this admin. So you can able to see the loaded thing, all the success message, right? So this is one the we always use, right? Let me go to the next one. So instead of this, I'm just using this action state. Yeah, so in the action state, not this one. Yeah, so in the action state, we don't use any state variable here, right? So we have a default value as a data null and error null, and as I said before, the user submit action, all the stuff, right? So let me do the same thing. Let me open this screen. Now the same thing we are doing. We are going to do that. Admin@gmail.com. So all the loader, all the stuff is perfectly working now, right? So just think, just compare the previous version of the sign-in component, which has a 42 number of lines, and here is just around, it has same thing, but the way of handling the state variables, right? So it has been reduced, right? So we can avoid unwanted re-render in the component, right? So this hook is going to optimize the entire sign-in component, so that it won't, it will just avoid a lot of unwanted re-rendering, right? So this is the one which I need to show. Let's go to the next hook. Yes, we use form status. So use form status, like the purpose of this hook is, right? So for example, if you have a form in the parent component and we have a button in the any child components, multi-level child components, okay? So but you need to know the status of the form, whether it's pending or not. So for that purpose, what we'll do, we'll use to pass the props, or we use to save that value in context or anything like thing, right? So instead of doing that, this use form status will just track the form, and it will give us whether this particular form, whether in the whether in which state it will be there. Let me show this code. Yeah. So let's see from the before code, you can see here, right? The submit button. Instead of having this button here itself, I'm just creating a child component here, and just without any pausing props. Okay. So I'm in this child component, I'm just using this use form status, and then this pending, we are using this pending variable to track whether this particular form is whether in the asynchronous state or not. So it's very simple, right? So this makes us very easy. Not only the buttons, if you need to track any other purpose, we need to do in the child complements, we can do all the stuffs here. So for a simple understanding, I just use the button, but in real time, we have a lot of use cases, right? So you can use this hook here. Let me go to next. Yes, use optimistic. So before this, explaining about this hook, everyone use WhatsApp, right? So whenever we send a message in the load network, we used to see the clock symbol, right? Because still it is not in the server to the end user, but still but the message is sent, right? So how it's doing? So still, but in the background the action is occurring, right? So that kind of things, how we can handle the React. So we used to have the two-state variable for that, right? So we'll have the whenever message is sent, we need to update one state variable as the current state, and then asynchronous operation need to be done. After that only we'll update the original state variable, right? So this is like this kind of painful things will going to change using this use optimistic. Let us show some demo to understand better. Okay, so this is the to-do. Okay, I just having a fake API response here, right? So I'm trying to add a to-do inside this. Let me add a React event. That you can see that. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. No, this is that app.tsx. Okay, so I'm just input all the demo components here. They're just uncommenting for your purpose. Okay, So this is our to-do application. So to-do application is just a state variable where we have to-do list, okay, and then state variable, and then we have a function to add the our to-do to the state variable, and then we have a form here, and we just listing listing all our to-do list here, okay. So inside this, we have we're just getting the to-do value from the form, and then we just creating a fake asynchronous operation, and we are just setting the value here, okay. So this is the basic code for to-do list. Let me add this. So it takes some time, right, to add the event, right? So still till that we need to add a loader, all those stuff, right? So instead of that, let me show the optimized code here. So this to-do is written using this use optimistic code. So it has the same state variable to-do list, and then this use optimistic as the same like a state variable. So it has the optimized to-do list and the set optimistic to-do list, and then inside the use optimistic, we just pointing the we just giving this to-do list variable inside this use optimistic, okay, to refer the and to the all the stuffs. So this is this kind of thing, right? So this has a callback function where we'll update few things here inside the use optimistic whenever the value changes in the to-do list, okay. Let me explain that afterwards. Like we are doing the same here, we're just getting the from the value from the form, and we instead of like before we just calling the promise, that's what, right? Before that we just updating our new value to our estimated to-do list, okay. So what happened here is whenever it is getting updated, it will call this callback function, okay. So the callback function will take this to-do list value and it will append the value, and for our purpose, like I just say it as a pending true to make it differentiate what's the real value and the old value, okay. So I'm making it pending as a true, okay, and then it will call our promise action, okay. So after the promise completes only, it will update the real our state variable, okay. But in the view, when you see that, we don't want to point our to-do list here. Instead of, we can just point our optimized to-do list. So it will automatically update whenever the to-do list get updated. Okay. Any questions here? Shall I go for a demo? Yeah. Let me comment this to the app, or let it be optimistic. Yeah, so we have a optimized to-do list here. Let's create a React event array. Just add. You can see the adding thing, right? Instead of having a loader or something like that. So I just added here as a adding here. Let me show the code as well. So whenever there is a for each object we have the pending state. So whenever the pending state is true, which we are adding this pending true here, right? Whenever the pending is true, we just showing this text message. It is adding. So we can see, like, we can make the user engaged, right? So without like before we can't able to understand what is going on, right? But we can understand what is going in the background, right? So this make easy to, so before we need to handle two state variable, but now React is going to take all our pain and they are going to do in the optimistic way. Okay, let me go to the. So I just showed all the demos with you, and then the use API. So this use API, like it's kind of alternative to React query. Like who have used the React query in your projects, React query, right? Yeah. So, but this is not a stable one still. So it is going to handle all our promise actions, but it is not catching yet. So we'll when you try to use this use API in our project, it will throw an error that it is continuously calling our component we will re-render. So still it is in the development phase, but if you need, we can make a try. You can see, like we have a promise function here called command promise. So instead of calling the command promise directly, we just use the use API so that we'll get the command. So whenever we use the use API, we need to use the suspense, because it will automatically detect the asynchronous operation whether it's pending or not. According to that, it will show the fallback inside that. Okay. And then the document metadata. So it is a very like it makes us a lot of. So how many of you work with document metadata, trying to change the document metadata dynamically based on the pages or requirement? So a lot of developers have faced this kind of thing, right? So before React 19, if you need to change any title or any metadata inside that, it is like it's a kind of a lot of code we need to run. We need to write in the inside our user bit, right? So now the React 19 gave us a very easier way to update all those stuffs. So let us see. So this is the usual thing where we have the use effect empty with the empty dependency when we are just updating the document or title to product list and the description, all those stuff, right? So let us see how it's going to change in the React 19. Just the title tag and the meta tag. So we don't want to write any extra code for that. So React 19 is going to take care of all the things on behalf of us. So next is going to be the no more forward reference. So yes, so we have all this kind of painful thing, right? Whenever we try to send the ref as a props, so we need to write the forward reference in the child component. We need to get those value, right? So no more thing we needed. So it just taking as a props, and we can use in our child component. We can directly use that. So this is a big change. This is a big improvement in the React 19. And the server component, I'm not going to dig in more. So we already know the server component is like lot of circulating throughout the year, right? So a lot of using the Next.js or all the stuff, right? So now the server component is officially updated by our React 19. So let us see how it's going to be. There is no lot of documentation over there, like how to use that, but we expect, they have promised that they are going to give some lot of things here. So this is going to impact a lot of things for ACO optimization, all those stuffs. And then asset loading. So the asset loading. So for example, if you have a page where we contains these styles and the images, all those stuff. For example, in the load network, pages get loaded first, and then the style get loaded, and then image got loaded. Means we will see some flicker, right? Because we will have a basic HTML there, and then will style get loaded, then the style will apply, and then the image will get loaded, right? So React 19 giving us a control to all do the pre-initialization. So we can mention like to the React that this image and style should be pre-initiated before the before our real view going to be rendered. Okay, so let us see how it's going to do that. So these are the things. Could you able to see that? So pre-initiate, preload, and pre-fetch DNS, all those stuffs. So before, like, it will just compile to this header thing. So all this are like a very easy way to do that now. And the web component. So how many of you try to integrate the web component in React before React 19? Maybe. No. So we understand, like, web component is just like a JavaScript and HTML thing, right? So if you need to import that web component inside our React, means we need at least any third-party package, or we need to do some like configuration of that, right? So now the React 19 promises that, so they are going to give some easy way to integrate that like the web component, so that we can use the web component easily in our project. So that's a great improvement. And the contacts as a provider. So before we used to use the contact provider, right? So for now we can use the context directly, so that it will consider as a provider now. So these are some improvements in the React 19. And cleanup function for refs. So you can see that, right? So this cleanup function in the ref, we have a cleanup. They are introduced the cleanup function. So we can, whenever this component get unmounted, we can write all these cleanup activities there, so that we can do all the stuffs here. So this was the great improvements, like those who are using the ref constantly. Yeah, thank you. So if you need to follow me. So any questions regarding? Yeah. Could you get the mic?
Yeah, so regarding enhanced hook is that, right? So first one you explained, right, the use action state hook. So it will help to handle the multiple form states, right? So there is a library called React Hook Form also, right?
Yeah.
So with help of that we can handle. As I'm not aware of this use state action hook, do you have like which one is best? This
But
native
like,
or the third
so
party?
that is a
like
third party package, right?
Yeah.
Package, right? So instead of using third party package, we can, if React React is officially stable means, we can use that itself, this hook itself, right? It will give all the features which is giving that third party package, right? I'll suggest you to use the this hook only.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
No other questions, guys? Any other questions? Yes, here they have a question. They have a question, Saravanan. Jay, they have a question. அப்படியே வரார் நீங்கள் விடலனா இல்லையோ அவர் தப்பிக்க ட்ரை பண்ணுறாரு, அவரை விடக்கூடாது.
So am I audible? Okay. So in React 19 the use of React queries will be less, right? So is it like the end of React queries, or like the use of document.getObject, those React queries? So it will be, it is the end after React 19, as you said, because you said of using the meta thing, right? Document.getObject. So after React 19, we won't be able to use those things. I mean, it's not like
so instead of that, like React 19 is giving the title tag. So inside the JSX itself, we can give the title. We can directly assign the value to that. I just show the demo. Maybe just reshare. Yeah, so before we have like it in the inside the use effect, now we directly we can assign the value inside JSX.
thank you.
Yeah.
The form actions.
Okay.
That thing in uncontrolled components also we are using the similar one, right? In using refs we create the forms. So it is kind of similar to that, right?
Not similar to that. So React, we are using the, it's a kind of control component only. So React itself handling all those stuff, so all the values from the side. Like in the Angular, we have the form data, right? So they will handle all the form values inside by Angular itself, right? So they are trying to do the same thing. So instead of doing all the stuff by ourselves, they are trying to give some steps to be done by their side.
Okay, to my understanding, it is like it is not hitting the DOM directly. the refs will
No,
get
it is
into
not
the
going to
DOM.
get in that.
So here
It
it
is
not
it is
taking-
like pointing to the form data object. So
Okay.
it will get in data from the form data object.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Does anyone have more questions?
Hello?
Yeah.
Audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the title and meta tags here are component level, right? So how does those work with page level?
So this title tag is reserved, so we can't able to create a name of title, right? So whatever we are giving the value inside the title tag, so it will React will take the value and will update the document inside the title. So we saw that let's see this code, right? Use effect inside the document or title. So whatever the value which is given inside this title product list, so it will automatically update the document. So JSS is going to do that.
Okay. Can I have different titles for different routes?
Yeah, for different page we can have different title as well. Using this we can do able to update that.
Okay. My question is, if a page contains multiple components and I have two different titles for two different components, how does it handle?
So whatever the title which you gave in the index.html, right? It will take as the default thing. So whenever that components get loaded, it will take the priority as the particular title. Whenever it's come out, it will change to the default value. So that will take the.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. One second, Mike.
I think we have one more question at the front, so we'll go with you first and we'll go with you next. And questions going forward, we'll keep it to an offline session where you can meet him directly and connect with him, right? So you can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, okay. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
It's really a worth to migrate from React 18 to 19. Since majority of this we have an alternative to all the features. I hope that this will be increasing performance, but it is that much worth.
I will tell, for now it is in the RC version, so still in the release candidates, right? So let us wait from the React team to make it as official. React 19 is an official stable version. So once it is stable, we can use that all the hooks, so that since they are gave the stable, which we can use in any thing, like we can use that. But you need to understand the use cases of yours. Like if you're using any third-party package to handle the performance, according to your use case, you can we can decide which thing we're not going to use. Whether we're going to use the React hook or you're going to use any other third-party packages. Is it fine?
Yeah, okay, somewhat.
Okay, tell me if you know.
There was one more question at the front, Justin.
Hey, hi.
Hi.
This is Pavitra. So actually I have a question in the asset management. So you have talked about the asset management, right? So my first question is like what type of assets, like image we have, files we have, so what type of assets and all? Yeah, I complete my question.
Okay,
so my second question is, like we have here we have incorporate that attribute like pre-connect, preload, pre-fetch, like that, right? So how this will be differentiate with each other, and also how the engine works. So how it will be loaded by one. So whether how the parcel and scripting and all will be happen on JavaScript engine.
So like when we define the pre-initialized to pre-init means before the component get initialized, it will like ensure all the script is get executed or get executed in the browser, and then load. So before loading the particular component, it will ensure whether this particular package or something metadata is got loaded in the browser. After that only we will get all our views. We can able to see the view in our React application. Yeah. Yeah, it will work. So only the I'm not sure, like React compiler is not going to replace now, because React compiler is not stable yet. So you can see, right, when one of the project, when we try to check the L check, it says only the one components only it can able to compile, other 3 I can able to write. So none of them, so all the hooks which is available in the React 18, it will be there in the React 9 as well.
So any other questions, guys? Raise your hands, because if you have some, Jay, we have a break coming up, so you can connect with Jay. Night inga தங்குறீங்கன்னா கேள்வி கேட்கலாம், பிரச்சனை இல்லை. It's fine by me. Okay, cool. So guys, right now we're going to move to another segment. So right now I'm going to call in Dhanush, but this segment is going to be a little fun. Unless and until you're fun, this segment's not going to be fun. Hi. 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 At the end, last rows, hello. Everyone sleepy? Hi. Yes, very good. That's the energy. Very good. Dhanush, cut zero. Anga focus. Anga vai. Very good. Very good, pa. This side, left side rows. When I was at the back actually. After my talk here, I went at the back and I was actually there. Alla vibe ana irukkinga at the end, but then that vibe is not channeling through. I'm not saying you guys are not in the vibe. You guys are in the vibe. I'm just saying that vibe is not channeling through over here, right? So I'm going to hand it over to Dhanush. He's going to be. He likes to be called Dhanu. Dhanu. I'm not making this up. He likes to be called Dhanu. You got to call him Dhanu. So he's going to be running a small fun show.
Yeah.
Yes, a fun show. It's going to be quite interesting. Are you guys ready? Yes? No? 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 Yes? Tea kuta podum abdane. Yes nu sonna avana ortha kettu enakku. Yes nu sonna avana. Nice. Right. So I'm going to give it to Dhanu right now, and Dhanu, please take care.
Okay, Nitin. Thank you for your introduction. So, hey guys, this is Dhanu. So, let me have a fun. Okay. Come again. Okay guys, so let me have a game. So you guys are aware of a game named Connections? So can you guys hands up your hands? No one. One. What about two? Yeah. Okay, fine. So let me play the game named Connections. So literally the connection is about, we give a specific terms about React and React components, whether it includes React Native and React Web, whatever it is, we're gonna discuss it. So let me ஆரம்பிக்கலாம்ல. So can you speak little bit louder? கேக்கல. Okay. So let's go to the first question. So we have just a minute. Yeah. So sorry for the interruption, guys. So let me split up the team. So they have 4 teams, right? So the first 4 rows is team A. In left hand side, the first 4 is team B. Yeah. Hands up your hands, guys. Team B. Okay, fine. So let us start our first question to go. I think it's very easy to know. No. So yeah. So first team is team A. React. Yeah, it's correct. This is React hook. So, okay. Yeah. So let me go to team D. Who guys are team D? So this question is for you. Any guesses? I asked team D. WebSocket is the correct answer. So let's go to team C again. Who guys are team C? Yeah. Any guesses? I think it's very easy, bro. It's not that hard. Even to? So I asked team C. So I want answer from team C. Yeah, it's correct. This is event loop. So the next question goes to team B. You guys are team B. B for ball. Yeah. What is this? Any guesses? I think it's very easy to answer. Geolocation. Wow, great. Some other answers from your team alone. So it may looks like Amazon Grown, right? Local storage. Which one is correct? So it is local storage is the correct answer. So the question for team A. This is a very easy question. Yeah, its correct answer is 3 shaking. So then the next question is team D. Team D. It is also very easy to answer. Only team D have to answer for this question. Come again. You guys are not audible to me. Answer a little bit louder. You guys are team now. Team D for doll. Code snippet. Yeah, no, that is not an answer. It's code splitting. Yeah. So okay, the next question for team C. Get ready, guys. Team C. Yeah. It is very interesting question. Yeah. Call back. Guys, we're gonna ask team C. You guys are team C? There is no more answers from team C, bro. Callback function. So the answer is callback function. So it is super good. So the next question for team B. It is very easy. You can answer it easily. Yeah? What, bro? Hot reload. Yeah, it's correct. This is hot reload. So next question for team A. Hot reload. Yeah, especially it's more familiar for React Native developers. Any React Native developers there? Can you raise up your hands? No one. Team A. Team A. I have to answer for this. What is? Say any car lovers is there? No. Yeah. Any? No, any car lovers is there? No one. Yeah. What about second one? Who's that? Who's? Turbo? Okay guys, give them an applause. This is the answer, turbo modules. Yeah, that's great. So let it goes to team B again. What, man? Okay, the next question for team C. So it is very easy to answer. Guys, this is just a game, so be open. Who won? Who's that? Can you raise up your hand? Give them an applause, guys. That is the right answer. Fast, refresh, reload. Both are same, bro. Okay, this is for team D. D. This is that easy? Oh. Okay, fine. Who said that word? Lazy loading? Yeah, that's correct answer. Give them applause, guys. So, okay, let me have another question for team. You can say any team. A. Okay, fine. So, this is only one word. Promise. Promise, I don't know about it. Come on, guys. Tell something. Come. Bro, they didn't confirm yet. How can we get? So what's the answer? Tell me, guys. Promises. So you are right. This is the promises. So give them applause, guys. It's okay. Next you have to go. Kamlesh, you can pick any team to do. You can pick any team to answer for this question. Your choice. Team B. Team D. Ball. Bro. What the hell? Delhi. Okay, D. Team. This question is for team D. Answer for this. Team D. Who answered that? Can you raise up your hand? You. Give them applause, guys. He's answered right. This is a prop stealing. So this is, the question is for Arun bro. You can tell any team. Arun bro. You can tell any team. Team C. Okay, guys, from team C, anyone answer for this? It is very easy. I think so. Any guesses? Okay, guys, give them applause. This is the right answer. React server components. So, okay, then, bro, I'm not prepared this one. All credits goes to Nikhil. Oops. Okay, the next question for team B. Any guesses? Are you guys from team B? Who's that? Are you belongs to team B? No. React query? Yeah, React query is correct answer. Give them applause for that guy who answered firstly. So okay, this is the final exclusive question. Talentship. Talentship? Guys, this is React Meetup, right? So you guys are sure about Talentship? Just hand raise. Make an hand raise. Okay, super cool guys. The right answer is Talentship. Who guys? Okay, fine, okay. So the game is over guys. Thank you for your time. So, no, there is something is there. Who guys are aware of GDG, Google Developers Groups? Just hand raise your hands. Yeah, good. So most of the people are aware about Google Developers Group. So Google Developers Groups are conducting their annual conference named DevFest 2024. It happening in October 5, 2024 at IITM Research Park. So this is exclusively for AI, web, cloud, mobile. Who are the tech enthusiasts can join, and the students also we can make present something and your mind and pace. So just book now. If you're interested people, if you have any queries about event, just check out their website. There is a ticket, early bird ticket is available for now for professions, and the student ticket are released soon as possible, I think. Yeah, next week we're gonna plan to release student ticket for next week. So stay tuned folks, and thank you for your nice time. Hope we can meet some other next event. Okay, can take over. Okay, fine. Thank you. Yeah.
Right, so before we jump into the next session, I hope this is working fine. No. Bro? Which Surya? Are we going with Surya? Who are we going with? Who's this? Saravanan? Okay, cool. So before we jump into the next segment, just to touch upon what Dhanush was said. It's an excellent event, Dhanush. Did you guys have fun? Yes? No? No? No போடலனா உங்க காஃபில தான் ஊத்திரோம் நான் பொறுப்பு இல்ல அதுக்கு அப்புறம் இல்லங்கமான right. So I hope you guys had fun, but just to add a little bit of light to what Dhanush said, we are one of the fastest growing communities in Chennai right now. The Chennai React initiative was very young. It's just a few months that we've been live. To be honest, it's not even 6 months since our subscription started, right, Surya? Since our Meetup subscription? Jan we started the group. So right now, we comparatively to other community groups that we have, we are growing in a rapid phase. I'm talking quadrupled phase, where we have a huge community in Chennai collaborating with us. The only issue is that most of them are not from the geolocation of Chennai, but they are from Chennai, originally located in Bangalore and other communities, and they are eager to come participate with us. We even had requests coming in from all the way from Hyderabad. We had requests coming in from Bangalore. Everyone is trying to get a crisp of what we are achieving, and it's all gone all the way till the Google developer community. And now we are also partnered, a community partner with the Google developer community. And this is only going upwards and onwards. So we plan to do more of these initiatives, and we plan to do more of these events. And this is only thanks to you people. So the more engagement that you give us, the more amount of traction you create using your own profiles on your own socials, not just for us, but this goes on to you as well. As a community individual, as a person who's involved in this React community, you amplify your profile as well. So take the time, take photos, see what you share your knowledge, and go amplify this outside. And with that, I'm going to hand this over to Saravanan, who's going to be taking over the next session. Over to you, Saravanan. And just to add to this, water breaks, water's at the back, you can come to stage. Water breaks are at the back, water bottles are there, washrooms are to the left, you can take the left here, or you can go to the end and take the left there. I will catch you guys later.
Hello. Audible? Okay. So we are before starting the session, I would like to know how many of you freshly starting with the React? Audible? No? Huh? Now? Now better? No? Now? Okay. So before we start, I would like to know how many of us here are freshly starting with React? Newbies, Okay. Experienced more than 2, 3. Okay, fine. So the reason for my question is, this is going to be a architectural talk. So most of us already been started the project from the ground up, either it is the to-do list or the company we work for, or the project we build. So this is the talk, especially learnings that we learned throughout the decade by building a product at Kissflow. So that learning only I'm going to share with you guys today. So to set the context, this talk is not about do's and don'ts of React. So this is about all the trade-off we have taken along our journey while designing various features. Okay, so when I joined the team by 2016, we were 12 members team building a Kissflow, specific set of modules related to business process management, and we were building it with this stack. Anybody remember this bird? Anyone can call out the name of the bird? Bauer, yeah. I got a company here. So we have been building apps with AngularJS, not Angular, and Require.js. It's a module loading library at runtime, and Sass. Anybody worked with Sass before? Okay, fine. So it's a framework for CSS, early days. We have been building apps with these stacks, and the things were going very smooth until 2017. Okay, 2017, product management came to engineering, and they said, boss, we want to expand our business. We want to cover the more work spectrum inside the company. Okay, so earlier we were with only business project management, and they wanted to expand to the collaboration side and other task management projects. With that, engineering is to serve the product, right? So we said yes, okay, let's form a team. And they also set one huge excitement for the engineering. They said it's a greenfield project. So whenever it's a throwing at us. Whenever we say greenfield project, every developer will be happy, because it's a ground up project. We can choose all the modern technologies, and then we can course correct all the learnings or mistakes we have done in the previous project, and build the fresh project with all our tech we can, right? So we were very much excited about that project. And as most of you have been already started or already worked on the project, what's the first step you would do when building a project? Especially in IT, so we are all IT. What's the first step we need to take as an engineer when we kickstart the project? I didn't have to choose the stack first, and then set up CI/CD pipeline, the deployment strategy, everything, right? So yeah, we have to set the stack first. So setting the stack is not easy as we think. Okay, so we have to think through a lot of aspects, especially the critical one, which is our evaluation criteria for the stack. So we have plenty out there in the market. So what to choose is based on our evaluation criteria for the business requirement, right? So at Kissflow, our requirement is very much simple, though it's complex. Kissflow is a platform. User come and build their own product on it. So all we have is a definition, only a definition for the application. With the definition, our entire app has to assemble and run in the runtime dynamically. So user somewhere else will change something, and somewhere else here user will see something else. So that stack needs to be very much dynamic. So in 2017, that's the time where all the framework war has happened. Okay, so we left with only three choice. I'm so glad because nowadays we have close to 6 to 7 when to decide the stack. So we only had a 3. So you know the reason and you know what we have chosen. So that's why I'm here and sharing you the learning. So we went with the React, but we didn't choose other 2. Any reasons? What you'd have choose? Learning curve. Guys, it is a time of 2017. So learning curve, and then easy for onboarding new people into the project. Ecosystem, performance. Come on, guys. Sorry? Future updates, meaning maintainability, the community. So everything is reliant, right? But sadly, at time of 2017, React was in BST class, not MIT. Okay, so as we are building a product with related to collaborations, it pretty much aligned to Facebook Workplace. The specific terminology was is to, you can use React, but you should not build the product like us. That was our TNC. We were strongly hesitating to pick a React, and then luckily they open sourced at the end of 2017 with the MIT license. And that's the only reason we took React. And we didn't choose other 2 because of Angular at the time was just continuously releasing their major upgrades. Angular 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The time we have been experimenting with Angular 4, they released Angular 7 with all breaking changes. Okay, and then the hardest part was for us to crack, because we are platform and we are working on the definition and rendering it dynamically based on the definition. Sharing a module or sharing the functionality between 2 modules dynamically based on the definition is hard in Angular. Okay, we cannot dynamically switch or consume the module from one module to another module in Angular dynamically. So at that time, and then continuous version upgrade changes, and the view that was a burnout of our one. And as we set our criteria, the community, the ecosystem, the libraries we choose for all were at the time coming up while the React was in mature. Okay, and also the object-based component definition. At the 2017 only, React went with a class component. Before that, it was also a object-based definition. If React was object-based definition till now, we didn't go with the React itself, because that's a bit hard for the developer experience, regardless of its performance, because we need a composability. So looking at the composable code in the end and looking at the plain object definition is something different, right? So that's another big reason we didn't go with the Vue, and luckily Vue released the composition in the Vue 3. Okay, so we have chosen a React as a library for rendering the UI. What's the big next step in React project when we build? State management. So what approach would you take when you build a project from the scratch? State management. There are various approaches when building a Redux app, meaning React app. Someone said Redux, context. We have many more options today, but at time of 2017 we have only few. MobX, RX based, meaning observable based. Okay, so pretty much limited options only we had in the time of 2017. And before choosing what state management we want, again we need to list down our requirement first, because driven with a requirement will give you a benefit in the long run. So our functional requirement should be performant enough, because as we grow it should support us, and it should be easy to extend. Based on our requirement, it should be completely extendable. And then our non-function also, because as we said earlier, when new joinee comes into the team, they should be able to pick up and contribute to the code base from day one. That's what our expectation, right? And then easy to maintain, okay? So with that, all the options we set, we had only two state. One is local state, which state option which React provides, either it's a context or the set state options. And then global state option, we have MobX and Redux. So this was only few options at the time of 2017 we had, and we evaluated. So each of it has its own stack, but before going through what we took, just go back to the fundamental of React and understand how state works in React. Okay, how state in React works, meaning the local state. Use state, and then so we define a primitives or object or complex values as a state using the API given by React. Okay, so this is how the React state works. Okay, so we define a state for the component, and then whenever we update the state, Jay has showcased earlier in his to-do demo. So whenever we update a state, all of his children will re-render. In the means that the reconciliation process will run for every component beneath the tree to check whether should I update this component or not. So that is how the React local state work, to keep the DOM tree or the virtual DOM sync with the state. Okay. So how we can optimize this? So this is how React given us the way to manage the state, and that is the only way React has provided. So how we can optimize the state? Anybody? Just now Jay has demonstrated all the techniques to optimize the React rendering process. Isolating the state. Okay, nice. Then? Anybody? Give it a try. So what would you take when you found an excessive amount of rendering? That's a simple answer, right? Use ref, use memo, and then? So splitting the component which is not required inside the rendering tree. So deciding the cause, the cause is we are simply setting the state and then it's rendering. So we can optimize with all the techniques. You said use memo and lifting the state up or splitting the state, and then separating the component which are not actually needs to participate in the rendering. And there is one more thing which is actually to limit the state updates. Okay, the reason why component rendering is we are updating somewhere else and it's rendering all the beneath. So if we can limit the component update, we can limit the component rendering, correct? So that's the one more thing we can do to optimize the local state. And let's move on to a global state. This is a stake with a local state. Okay, let's move on to global state. So as a friend there said, we need to isolate the state so that we can optimize the rendering, correct? So with the global state, everybody worked with the Redux? Not everybody, anyone? Everybody? Okay. So here you see, right? So when the component, so I'm assuming you know Redux. So Redux is global state management. We split the state outside of the component, and then we make changes to the state, and then we bring the state into the component via connecting the state and the component. Okay, well, so when updating the changes to the app store or the state, Redux obviously optimizes the updating of the component which is only needed for the component. That's why I said the limiting the update, we can optimize the component rendering. Okay, well, there's another thing happening behind the Redux. which is all the dotted arrows you see, which is whether should I notify the component to render or not. So that is the check will happen behind the scenes in Redux to effectively eliminate which component to update. So that's a background process. So you modify the state in the Redux, and Redux in the background run the check whether should I notify all the component or one component, and then it notify the proper component, and we are limiting the update performance pakka. But the thing is that this background process is completely fine for a small to medium apps. When the apps grows in larger time, this update will consume its own time. Okay, that's not a problem with our current modern gen computers, but as we target the devices which is computationally restrictive devices, especially mobile phones, we will hit an issue. Okay. So this is another stake with the Redux. And then we go on to MOBEX. So what trade-off it gets given us. And that's an external thing needed in a Redux, which is we need all the middlewares to achieve all the additional functionality. So if we want to run async operation in Redux, we need a button either using Redux Thung or Redux Saga, and to optimize this all the dotted arrow, right? So whether to notify all the component, we need to introduce another component of React Reselect, which optimizes the component rendering further. So when choosing Redux, so we need to pull all the batteries into the place so that we can perform optimized update. And when it comes to MOBEX, MOBEX is observable based state management library, which is a tank. It has all the batteries include it itself, and we simply need to connect to the component that makes efficient update. The only difference between Redux and MOBEX, there is no background update happening there. It's all observables. We only get the changes that we listen for or that we choose specifically. So if we choose specifically, we can limit the rendering. But it's a tank. It has fully loaded features. Not everyone need all the features. Okay, well? So with that, we evaluated all the three options. The first thing we decided is to not to go with, personing is my IMO, not to go with Redux, because lifting all the state up and then subscribing back to the state and moving all the business logic straight to the global level, it introduces maintainability issues, and then in the long run, we hit a performance issue. Okay, so that's the first reason to cut out the Redux. And then the MOBEX, as I said, it's a tank. It has fully loaded features, not all the features we require, and introducing it additional complexity, which has some huge amount of learning curve, because people need to understand observables and all the connectivity of MOBEX to effectively write the state. Okay, the MOBEX is an awesome project, but it requires some of deep learning curve to effectively consume all these features. So we decided to go with our own way of defining our state. So we split the state based on the module level local state. We combined React local state, and then we lifted to certain amount of depth up in the tree, and then we freezed there. Okay, so this was our tree looks like. So with the module level local store, it's an observable based store. We took a benefit from the MOBEX based on observable thing. We only get notified for the thing we subscribe to. So when we modify the state in the store, only the component that subscribe to the state is get updated, no other background checks. The reason for the background check is that you could ask why there is a background check in the Redux or in the global state management, because the state should be immutable. Anybody work with immutables? Yeah, immutable JS we have others libraries also. So basically immutable in the sense, if we change anything to any property in the immutable object, we entirely take the clone of other object, and then if we compare the both object, that will be different. So basically, we can traverse back and then identify what property has changed over the time if we are in immutable. Okay, that's the reason all the Redux dev tool you use, we can traverse back the state tree and then choose at the point in time changes and apply to the UI, we can see the thing. So it should be immutable. So whenever we change anything in the immutable object, that needs to be a separate clone. That's the only reason they have to run the background process to detect which component to update. Okay, so our approach, we didn't use immutable for the whole state itself, but the individual property level. So we had one object which is not immutable, which is mutable basically. We can add properties dynamically, but each property we add inside the object is immutable. Okay, so that's the only reason we avoid all the background checks and updated only the component that we need. So we wrote our own small tiny state management library which has some observable logics, and this is how we consume inside in the component. So we basically create a store at any component level we want, and then we consume it beneath its own children's, and then we do update whenever we want, and only the component that's subscribed to will get an update. And then the beauty of the thing is the state lives within this component, and then when the component is unmount, the state destroys. Okay, that way we don't keep anything unnecessarily in the memory, so we don't take the resources for granted. So the next big thing when we do an app from the scratch is to decide what styling options to choose. What are the options we have in React world to write as styles? Tailwind, SAS, lace, styled components, material UI component library, bootstrap. So we have plenty, right? We can count the options. So that's how the styling world is out there, especially with React. So at the time of, it's again back in 2017, so we only had 3 options. One is SAS, that we already have experienced in. And another is going with the plain native CSS. And then there is another thing that was famous is CSS modules. Okay, so the benefit of React is that we can isolate the functionality to a component level. We can write a component that does one functionality, and then we can reuse everywhere, right? So our style has to also be a tiny enough, functional, and also reusable, which is not also conflicting with the other component, correct? So that was our only requirement. The style should be minimal, functional, as like our React component, and when we can, as we like compose the React component, we should be able to compose the styles. It should not contradict with the other styles of the component. Okay, so that was our only requirement. So we didn't go with the SAS, fortunately, because that's the entire framework, batteries included. It's again yet another programming language. We can do so much with it, but we don't need it. The only thing we need is that CSS variable. That's the only thing. End of the day, if I go back and see the code base of our previous project and look at the SAS code, we only leveraged CSS variables. At the time of 2017, CSS luckily gave us a feature of CSS variables natively into the browsers. So we leveraged that, and then to achieve the isolated styling, that module level style scoping, we went with the CSS modules. So with the CSS modules, it is not a framework, it's just a library running behind your build system and does its magic of isolating the styles with another component. It's no messing with the global CSS. Okay, people can write all the native CSS and we can leverage the browser feature as if we learned. Okay, that's the only benefit of CSS module, and we went with the CSS module. So finally our stack looked like this. So we chose React, we chose Webpack as a bundler, and then CSS module for our styling. So things were fine, and we were continuously running till 2018, and this was our final app setup. So one project with multiple child modules, each has its own state management itself, and then own styling, and things were going fine until mid of 2018. Okay, so the thing is, we freezed our setup. We were continuously adding feature to our module. As we said, we added collaboration, we had a case, we had built our own design systems. We built with the minimal component, we have built our own design system, all the components. So as we add more features to the project, what we get? We eventually get performance issues. So what are the different kind of performance issues we will face, or you have already faced? Slowness in terms of re-rendering, page freezing, bundling issues, startup time. What type of performance you will hit when our code base grows? The interactivity, page freezing, slowness. So we can broadly categorize into 3. So one is build time. As our project grows, our CI/CD pipeline will consume more time, and then as the project grows, our load time also will increase. Our lighthouse profile will pump up from 2 to 3 seconds to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we also face runtime. There's a huge difference between runtime and load time. Anybody? Runtime and load time performance differences? Just try. What is load time and what is runtime? So load time is basically how fast you are seeing the page, and runtime is basically how fast you are working with the page. So even though you get the page the quicker than you see, if it takes more time to interact with you, when you click a button or when you open a model, when you upload a file, so when you write, if it takes the junky fields, the freezing fields, then that's what the runtime means. Okay, so we can categorize the performance into 3. So build time, load time, runtime. We hit all the 3. So we faced all the 3 performance, and we specifically focused on to load time, because that's the first thing we have to address, because that's how the user see. The more amount of users see the white screen, you know the report, they will quickly jump out to another product, right? So what are the techniques we can take to optimize the load time performance? I know most of you has been already done. So what are the techniques to optimize the load time performance? Caching, server-side rendering, lazy loading. Come on guys, we have more. Debouncing, it goes for runtime. Yeah, fine. CDN asset, so basically caching. So we have dynamic loading, and then how soon we have to load, the resource hints, and then caching. Okay, these are the 3 broad category. We have all the nitty-gritty inside everything. So within this category we can optimize the load time performance. So anybody, I think most of you has already worked with dynamic loading. Anybody? Dynamic loading? Dynamic? Dynamic imports. React lazy, dynamic imports. Resource hint, anybody worked before resource hints? So resource hint basically tells the browser that you need to load, I think Jay has showcased in his code. So basically we tell the browser you should load all these resources before I render this code. So it will parallelly load all the assets so that when the code execute, it will has all the dependency to run. Yeah, it's parallel. It won't count as what our in the network stack we'll stick to 6 stack, right? So it streams all the things before we actually the component renders. So the third thing is caching. So here we are mainly going to focus on the caching, because to effectively work with the cache, if we can able to work with the cache, we will automatically achieve the other two. So that's the thing. So caching. So we have 4 layers of caching. So one is service worker level. Service worker. Anybody worked with service workers? Yeah, with PW we need a service worker, but we can do all amount of caching the service worker itself. And the network layer, the plain old technology the browser still has. And then we have CDN, and then we have load balancer level cache. Okay, so we can cache it at any level, but we choose the only first 3 one. Other one is our after the CDN, the load balancer cache for static asset is becoming nil. So we may primarily focused on the caching part to improve the loading time of the performance. So before caching, we need to decide what to cache, right? So we know caching will give you performance, but what should we cache? Static resources, and then non-sensitives with the security perspectives. What to cache? Assets, user preferences, that will give the runtime performance. Yeah. So what to cache? Anybody? Local state. So basically which is less frequently changing, correct? So we can cache all the resources which is less frequently changing, and as we are frequently releasing a build, on an average daily we will roll out 2 to 3 builds. So we need to decide what to cache, which is the resource which is less frequently caching or changing. Because if we cache the more dynamic data, there is no point in cache. Okay, the cache will expire the soon we data change, though we will not get benefit from the cache. So we need to the cache which is less frequently changing. So how do we identify the resources which are going to less frequently change in our project? So we should have some notion of identifying these are the resources that definitely will less frequently change, right? Profile information, great. Theme controls, navigations, guys. So all those things are accommodated to or belongs to runtime performance, meaning giving the better runtime experience to the user. So with respect to loading performance, so we can split our design system and then vendor modules and then our images. Okay, so we identified our resources into 3 categories, which are components and widgets, our design system, and then vendor modules. You are able to see the code, right? So we categorized our resources into 3, and then we bundled them into or splitted them into separate bundles using Webpack configuration, and then we cached them for we set the cache time to long or month or week or 6 months, 3 months, because we hardly update the design system. We minimally change the component, which is like our data tables, our carousels, and then we hardly update our individual design system level widgets, like our drop downs, right, our pop-ups. So we identify those things, and then we split them into separate junk groups, and then we label them all as long-term cache, and they won't frequently change. So we improve our load time performance. So we come to build time performance. We hit all the areas, right? So how do we optimize the build time? Reduce our CA/CD timeline. Anybody worked with CA/CD? I think everybody should have worked with the CA/CD. So what are the ways? You have already answered that before. So same, it's a caching and then parallel execution. So whenever the code base grows, okay, we need to split the execution into multiples so that individual modules will build parallelly and we can reduce the time. Also, when we do a caching, the build level caching, so we will have the cache of previous build, and then we compare with the new build asset. So we will decide what resource exactly to build, and we can reduce the build time. So things were fine, and then again product team came to engineering at the time of 2018, and then they said, boss, we are growing again. So we have covered all the collaborations and work management, and that trial and error was successful. So we are pivoting them into multiple business unit. Okay. So again we said engineering. Okay, awesome. So let's pivot them into separate team. Previously we were a one team with individual sub teams, and now we divided into multiple team itself. So what does a team need? Basically it's from management perspectives. So basically what the team need is the team needs independence. Independence to take choices, independence to move forward. Okay, they should have independence to try out various options. So they hardly align with the common medium. Okay, so we split it into multiple teams. So our code base has to. We cannot scale with our current code setup. Okay, so our current code base was a single project setup with individual sub module. Entire team working on the same module will restrict the team agility to move forward, because each team want to move forward in a faster phase, and they have to release their own phase. Okay, every team will release in their own phase. So we should not restrict when we split into multiple teams, right? So we need a requirement of each team has to move forward independently. So they will roll out their own features. We should support. So our code base has to support. So we thought through from this setup to let's split the project into 3. So this is no longer the one project, it's a 3 project, but it should act as a one project in the end. Yeah, that's where another requirement also. The requirement from the additional thing is each team will cross depend on each other, because the module, the design system team build the design system that will be consumed by other modules. The module built by the one team will be consumed by other team also. So we should support that also without restricting anything. Okay. So how to build this structure in a front-end world so that the team will move forward efficiently. Mono repos, micro front-end, and then component libraries. That's one of the project. Any guess? I think we all forget the legendary NPM packages. Right? So this is our oldest way of sharing the code base, NPM packages. Anybody, the limitation with the NPM packages, what's the limitation? Everybody know the benefit. We can share the code with anybody in the world. What's the limitation with the NPM package? Size? We need to publish every time. Public, yeah, we can make it private. Sorry? Sorry? Peer dependencies, yeah, basically dependency. That's what belongs to contribute to the size. The challenges the NPM package is that whenever with this requirement we cannot solve this requirement. So whenever I publish a new version of my code, the consumer has to pull the new update and then they have to release their own. Okay, without touching any functionality of the component, I have to release the new version just because I have updated the dependency. Is that correct? Just because what we do, everybody do in the project, library upgrade. Many of them we will do the release only with the library upgrade. We never touch our business functionalities, and then we will release a new release, library upgrade. We update all the libraries and then we deploy a new build, right? We could have done all things in our current project itself. But when we operate in a multiple team level to share the same code base, we don't want that. Okay, that will restrict the team to move forward because, and the cost is also, multiple team will have a different version. So we need to do all the backward compatibility. We have to maintain all the versions properly. If there is a critical bug fix goes into one module, all other module has to pull in and then release their own. So those kind of hurdles are there with the NPM packages. So what we can do? What's the best way? So we don't want dependencies, but we have to consume the resource from the other modules. So another technology at the time of 2018 is the BitStart dev. So this is a project that actually solves that problem. Okay, so we can publish multiple tiny component in their registry, and then we can consume them dynamically into our code base. So whenever I publish a new version into the bit, if I am consume that package, my project will automatically upgrade in live. So I don't have to. Yeah, that's the challenges I come into play. So breaking changes in the sense, it's a major version upgrade, right? So we have to, we don't always update the major version upgrade. So we need to incorporate breaking changes before that, before upgrading a major version. So we can set the cap, tilt, everything, right? So we need to account that carefully. So that's the thing. So Bit is the actual project that solves this requirement at the terms of 2018 itself. So we didn't, I think this is what we actually needed, but we didn't go with that because it's another SaaS-based product. We have to lock in, basically vendor lock in. So once we are tied to that, we cannot come out. Once we scaled, once we pull in one library into the code base, and after that, if we scaled up, and we cannot pull it back, the effort will be very huge. So vendor lock-in was the only issue with the Bit. So we were looking for an alternate solution, whether to solve these things. So that time only, at the time of 2018, we found out module federation. So some of you sir already said the module federation. Anybody explain module federation? So micro front end. So module federation, the definition itself says the core problem it solves is that we can share the code from one app to another app dynamically. So that's the only thing we read in the blog post from Jack Saxon at 2018. That was the first time they published a blog about their trial and error. We were in Webpack 4, and then they were experimenting this technique with the Webpack 5 alpha. So these sentences are so powerful, and this is what we actually wanted. So we immediately incorporated this technique, and then we defined our services. So we split our code base into independent services that each team needs. So we categorized into platform level services and then application level services. So eventually everything is composed into one app. Okay. So the thing about integrating module federation into the code base is to anybody in the team should be able to create the service. Okay, because the micro front end is purely belongs to the build level. So anyone in the team should be able to configure or create a new service. They should not go and touch the build. Okay, so we should have a higher level of abstraction that everyone has to are able to create a service without touching the build. So we abstracted away all the configurations into a normal package based definition. So this is how we define a package in NPM, or when we publish a package to a NPM, we define all our exports and we define all our dependencies, and then we publish the package into the NPM, right? So the same technique we take. So we followed the natural convention of defining a package, and then we pull this configuration into build, and we created our service. So anyone create a folder with a package JSON with the definition of depends on and exports, that becomes a service. Okay, so we abstracted at the build time configuration with a simple packaged manner. And then, as I said earlier, this was all experimental. But we loved the idea, we wanted this idea that solves our problem. So we took a risk, and then we went live with the developer alpha. So we are a early adopter of module federation. We went live with the alpha version of it in the production. So 2018, I think we went live. 2019, we went live with the module federation with the developer branch. So accommodating microservices into front end is not an easy one. So it has its own catches. So we faced all the challenges because we are incorporating. Just because we are incorporating alpha, no other documentations, only the single blog post from the inventor of module federation. We are continuously facing all the challenges even after we went live. So people here already tried, anyone tried module federation today or some back in time? So what was the thing? So basically, yeah, that's it. We will have a module federation is by definition will have a host app, will have other services, and then we will consume them in the order we want, and then it's a normal client app. So it's end of the day is a static resource. We deploy to the server and it works dynamically. So that's what the module federation itself. So we've hit the challenges. The first challenges was our loading performance. All the performance optimization we have done earlier in our project has gone for the toss. Okay, our page time is started to increase from 6, 7, 8. I think previously it was 9 at the time of we evaluate. Because the more service we introduce, the more the asset we have to load upfront. Because it's a service, that should be a definition for the service, right? So these are the files I have been exporting and I'm consuming. So these are service definition files that we have to load upfront to bootstrap the app. So as we add more services, the number of blocking resource increased, which ultimately reduced our loading performance. So we were working around the code base of module federation. There was not much clue, and we contacted the inventor, and then they said we are actually currently working on this feature. You can try out this trick. They shared one trick. So which is to dynamically, meaning they were at the time only they were working on that feature. They gave us an option in the another development build. So they gave us an option to load the resources dynamically. So we abstracted out for the consumer. So we introduce a higher level component, a lazy remote, where they simply specify what the service they want to load, and then what component from the service they are going to consume. Okay. The internal part I abstracted out because it's a lengthy line of code. We simply abstracted out and then given it to the end developer. So if they want to consume the resource dynamically, they will simply use this component and then load the resource into the component. Okay. So we have tried another approach to fix the caching. Okay. So we were reduced our performance through caching only. So caching went for task. So we try to fix all the area we can. So we tried a different multiple combination of service composition. So shall we try the extracting all the vendor modules into one separate service so that we can achieve long-term caching of resources? Because the issue with the module service is that each service will have its own dependency. Every time we deploy a build, all the dependency will expire. So we have been trying various techniques to achieve the long-term caching. So this was the one of them. And then second issue was that developer experience. So developer experience is a crucial one when we work with the project, right? So if we npm install the package and then open in VS Code, clicking on it, the definition, we will get all the suggestions, prop recommendations, going into the component definition. All those features we have been used to, right? But all these things didn't work with the module federation. This is the widget module or widget service, and we are loading a component from it. If you are command click on this component, it won't work. It won't take you to the implemented file, because that's what we have been used to, right? So that won't work. So we luckily fix this with two things by incorporating the VS Code feature itself. One is we defined all the snippets. Heard of VS Code snippets? So we defined snippets for all our remote services and their exports. So developer has to simply type in a name, the code will come. Okay. And then second thing is that the clicking on that component and taking it to the definition. So that's a crucial point, because we are consuming the design system component. When we want to inspect the what are the props they are exporting, we will simply command click on the component and go to the definition, right? So that didn't work with the model federation. So the engineer from our team came up with the smart options, so we can leverage the VS Code itself for this. We defined the JS config options, and we extracted all the exports from the different services, and then defined it for VS Code, and then command click works automatically. So we solved that using the VS Code itself. So the ultimate thing is how fast our local machine is. Okay, the previously it was single project, everything single server, everything was super smooth, running fastly in a local. But as we introduce more service, we have to run more server, correct? So as many projects we run in our machine, we have to run as many servers. So we introduced a load balancer. So a lot of services, we nearly have 20 to 30 services. So 30 server running in a single machine will make it slow. Okay. How fast we are making the local development is how fast the developer productivity is, right? So the second biggest thing that we solved is the speeding up the local development. So initially we had a setup as like the server do. We run multiple servers and load balancer. But that doesn't scale, right? I simply work in a one module. Why should I run all the other module in my local machine? Correct? Obviously you will ask this question. One team will ask, this is my service I have to run, why should I run all other services? So we leverage the developer environment we have. So we configure the local setup in a way that the respective team services will run in local. All other the services they depend on will be run in the cloud. They will pull the resource and then they will run the app. Then things were getting normal, but it added another complexity in the sense that it increased the page load time, because nothing is faster than the local host. Correct? So it introduced the extra dependency of I need an internet to work locally, so which is not correct, right? So end of the day, if you look at all the services, they are all static files. That's what we used to serve in the production. We build all the resources, put it in the Nginx, and we hit a URL, application will load, correct? So why don't we take the same approach here? We questioned ourselves and then we moved into the approach. We build all the services into static resources. These are not no more a server, they are simply static files, the folder names, and we run only one process which will automatically build the respective services if they change the service. The service the team touching on will get built in the local and then will be served through app server, a static file server. Okay, and we achieved the hot module replacement also. The hot module replacement is not possible with the module federation as of now until 2.0 came. So we achieved internally by implementing a local socket server with the browser. So whenever a service changes, we notify the client and then pull the resource from the particular service itself. So the final thing is, static files. So the question is, how do we deploy the front-end app in the productions? So we do webpack build or white build or whatever build, it emits only the static resources and then we are taking that and hosting into the static file server, correct? No, it won't push to the repository. It only happen in the local. No, that single static file will be generated through the local build. Local build. So we'll build in a local that will generate the files and then we serve it through the app server. So that is what the background service is what. They will listen for the file change and then run the build and then put them into the folder. We serve through the local server. So that's why we avoid all the unnecessary resource consumption in the local and then we made the local setup faster. So another thing was our storybook setup was broke completely. So just because module federation, it loads the module dynamically, but storybook relies on the module at the build time. It don't know how to resolve a particular module in the runtime, right? So we leveraged workspace. Anybody works with the workspace? PNPM workspace, NPM workspace. So we leverage workspace for that because we can treat every project in our monorepo as a local dependency. That's the power of workspace. So we can pull all the modules into one another module, so the build will get succeed. So no longer a remote package, it's a local package. With the help of workspace, we solve that storybook integrations. So the lesson is that many of the time we don't need a fully complete set of tools, only need a primitives. We only need a primitives to build the setup, so that the primitives allow us to extend to the all our requirement. So if we are bringing the complete tool set of parts, we need to work within the limitation. If we are bringing the primitives, we can extend the way we want. The another thing is, we can do more with less. The more and more we introduce tools into our system, the more friction we add for the developers and then the new coming also. It will take more time to new joiner to get on board and then contribute to the code base. And then we have to codify our conventions always. Statically define the conventions or setting up a ES lint. Those are running the CI/CD checks. That will always an after effect. We need to bring all the convention into the editor itself, so that developer is not making a mistake. Okay. So again, it's a continuous process. We have to continuously check in and see how optimally and effectively we can give a developer experience to the team. So that's how the team will foster and go, right? So and then we have been continuously evaluating all our decisions and changing everything along the line. So this continuous evaluation wouldn't be possible without the team. So all the credits goes to the team. So they have been continuously tried all the new technology, then come up and say, I have tried these things, is performing better. We can incorporate into our code base, try everything. So that's a team. We have to create a continuous evaluation of thing. So questions? So that's the thing. What we are into the future we are going is, we all have been given an abstracted box. This is how the box works. You need to work within the box, what the box provides. But if you unbox the box, and once you started to know what are the things inside the box that actually working together, so that you can pull out the only tool you need and then fit for the problem. Because always go from the problem. It is best if you are starting from a problem. That's what, if you look at the slide, we always define our criteria first and then we evaluate the tool. So we always go from the problem, choose what exactly what we need, and then from there we can evolve. Knowledge part is trial and error. We have to go through the code base. We have to understand how. Yeah, that comes with the experience, but once you started doing it, you will always question the status quo. We always used to say in our team that we should question the status quo, so then only we can know the depth, decide what we want exactly.
We are already running out of time. We can take the questions offline. He'll be here. So
sorry.
Thank you so much. I have one quick announcement to make. After that, we can go for a break. So we partnered with all these folks, and we are having a conference on 21st September. It's called Software Freedom Day. So this is an open source conference. So if you are interested, you can register in the link and then join here. This is on 21st September. You can search for it in Software Freedom Day and you'll find it. And we also partnered with TechXConf. So this is happening on November 15 and 16. So it's a 2-day conference. So if you're interested all about AI and cloud conference, so you can register for that as well. And so Talentship is a venue sponsor. They are helping us with setting up things here and for the event to go smooth. So they are also hiring for React developers. So if you are interested in to be part of this wonderful company, you can, there's a booth outside, so you can take your snacks and then go here and talk to them about what is the requirement to join and stuff like that. So yeah, and there's also a photo booth outside. If you are, if you want to share about Chennai React Meetup here, you can post it in our socials, and we have some gifts also at the end of the meetup. If someone has more likes in the social media anywhere, and we will be giving the gifts there. Okay, okay, thank you. Can go for a break now.
Guys, inside pantry, we are getting started, okay? So, welcome once again. Okay. So I'm Surya. My full name is Surya Venkatapathi, and I work as an engineering manager at Talentship. And I do have more than 11 years of experience in working in IT, where I developed from project from the scratch. Did a lot of migrations, did conversions from monolith to microservices, and yeah, that's about me. And I'm from a .NET background and now into React. Today we are going to discuss about crafting accessible React component for everyone. All right. So I ever like most of them know what is accessibility. Does anyone work on accessibility? Now? Anyone heard of what is accessibility? Web accessibility? Anyone? Okay, few worked on it. So today we are gonna discuss about accessibility, what is accessibility, and why we should have accessibility in our web application, and also accessibility for colorblind, and how to improve accessibility experience on web, as well tools related to accessibility. So what is accessibility? Accessibility is something that making resources and services usable by everyone. So example, if I'm a person with some form of disability and I want to do something, right? I can able to use some of the assisted tool and use that in order to do or achieve something. Okay, in that way I can able to do or like accomplish something. This is like WHO's record, World Health Organization, where they reported 15% of population has some form of disability. Hello. And where like 8% of the population is having colorblind. And the types of disability include visual, auditory, motor, cognitive, and like many form. And the best real use case, or like for assisted tool I'm saying, this is one of the commonly used assisted tool everywhere. So wherever you go to the railway station, you come to the platform. From the platform it navigates to your right compartment. So there is a pavement tile here, it provides the direction. If you go to metro, right, that is used for guiding the disabled people, like who has what to say, like visual issues. They use that guide in order to go to that destination. And in modern technologies, example, we have a web application. For using our web application, there has to be some kind of assisted tool. For example, if my hand is having a problem where I cannot able to twist my hand, so in that scenario I can go with the assisted mouse, right? Similar fashion, I can't able to twist both of my hand. Eventually I can't operate keyboard. For that we have the keyboard in a triangular way, where you can able to type like this. So there are like many assisted tool available. Some of the commonly used assisted tool are keyboards, and this one is like braille keyboard, where who having the visual issue they use in order to understand what they typed and like what they are like seeing in the screen. And in the recent days, everyone is going with the screen recorder. Sorry, that's called a narrator, screen narrator, I would say. They use this in order to understand things and use the application. So the commonly used tool is JAWS. It's by Oracle, and also like if you're using Mac, we also have a default narrator, which will be enabled by default, and whatever you see, it reads for you so that you can understand and accomplish things. it's not only the tool required in order to get or understand things, but it's all about the content what you create. Say example, you are gonna create some web application, and if web application is not compatible to the area standard or the standards which is defined for them, eventually they can't use it. So why accessibility is so important? It's already know that 15% of people overall the globe is having a disability issue. So what does 15% mean? It's like 1 billion people, I would say, roughly. So if you are excluding 15%, the 1 billion people from using our application, eventually that the work what we develop, right, it's not really serves the purpose, I would say. So there is also a lawsuit in Europe and America where if the website is not accessible by disabled people, eventually they can sue the company. Say example, you create some product and like this live and you have like tons of user inside the application, and some people can't able to order pizza or order something, right? Eventually they can sue your company. This is already done for Domino's in for like 4-5 years ago, and it's also happened for a few other companies. If you wanna make the application, it should be usable for everyone. So that's the mindset we need to have in order to develop something, before developing something. So that's why I wanted to like make you guys understand what is accessibility and why we should use it, and what are the ways we can start implementing it. Okay. So I already said the color blindness is kind of like 8% people suffering from color blindness issue. Even one of my friend also having color blindness. For example, if I ask him to packet red coin, he'll go for the black one and packet it. Okay. So that's kind of suffering they often have. So to reduce that, eventually we need to think of developing or designing something in a colorblind way, I would say. Probably like if you go to Next.js or some other application, normally they have black and white, a grayscale display, right? This is because they meant to have the application for the people who has this kind of disability also, not only that one. Eventually they have the theme like grayscale theme nowadays possible in every machines, I would say. So that is one thing. So let me show like how we can able to see or visualize the people experiencing the color blindness. Okay. So right now let's go for Talentship side. So there is a plugin in Chrome which you can also install, and you can able to see what would be the visual effect for the green deficiency people. Some people will not understand what is green product, right? So for them, this is gonna be the view for them. They can't really get or understand the green color. Eventually they are gonna see only this, not the colorful website. Eventually, red. Red will be like kind of black, I think. Similarly like blue. So see, this is like orange color. This is orange color, but like it turned to fully red color, or like some kind of like ultra red color, I would say. So even like if you see the logo is like transforming differently for each and every color deficiency. So you need to consider colorblind implementation when you are concentrating more on people having this kind of deficiency. Okay. So this can be improved during the time of designing itself, I would say. When you are a senior front-end developer and like you are like developing some product for people with some kind of deficiency, eventually you should know okay, this is what it is looking like. The design is not pretty good. Probably we should, in the first place, you should like stop taking those things and like start creating something nice for people. And we also have a contrast ratio check. Okay, so example, you can able to see strengthen your team, right? It's very clear, right? But if you see this one, this is clear or not? With highly qualified specialist under the leadership of experienced CTO. Is it very clear for you or not? Is it clear, right? But there is a catch there. I'll turn off the color blind. I'll hover on the team. You can able to see the color. This is the body color. This is the color. Hover on the color. You can able to see the contrast ratio. And if you open the contrast ratio, you can able to see the both the AA and the AAA values are like ticked. Okay. This is because you are in a right contrast ratio. So if it's more than some value, eventually that is the right ratio. So if you are providing the color like dull color, so this contrast ratio is not met. Eventually people with blurry vision or people like me, I can't able to see that clearly from long distance. Okay. Eventually I have a issue. So this is not a right design for me, I would say. So eventually I can go for a darker color with the light background. Eventually I can able to read it properly. Similar way, let's test for this one also. Not the right color then. You should get the, this is not the color. This is map color. This is not the one. This is the one. You can see the contrast ratio. What I said, right? This is ultimately the wrong color decision made by the designer. So the designer is having some issue. So like he did something wrong here. So when it comes to any design specification, please work on this kind of color contrast ratio before starting things, okay? So next, let's also check on blur test and gray test. So example, as I already said, without glass I can't see people clearly, which means I have a blurry vision, okay? So consider you are developing a list of articles for a people with blurry vision. Can I able to understand this with a blurry vision? You should experience it before delivering something to end users. Okay. So for that, what I'm saying, you can use the HTML property, go there and check, add filter with blur. A blur value can be increased to 1 or 2 or 3. It depends on your level. Let me increase it to 3. So I have blurry vision. I can able to understand. Okay, this is a article which is having heading, then some content and some links in it. I can able to understand okay-ish. But if it's gonna be a website containing different things, I will not understand. So ensure your structure is like rightly designed and placed so that the people will like experience, okay, this is what this is. I can able to understand easily. So that is one thing. And as I already mentioned before, some people will not understand full color, like what is red, what is green. For them, it's gonna be grayscale. Ensure your website is also visible for color, who doesn't know like color, black and white people, I mean. So this site is fully functional in black and white. So this is kind of a pretty good site, I would say. So like this, you should start experimenting things and start developing for people with vision defect. And let's go back to the screen. As I already mentioned, the contrast ratio. This is the contrast ratio. If you're going with like a dull color, eventually that's not the right design. And if you have the bright background or bright text color and the background is vice versa, eventually that's the good contrast ratio you have picked. And let's go to the guide for accessibility. And this is a vast topic, I would say, so let's not concentrate much in it. Probably I am going to share all the, probably this PPT in the Luma link or like in the feedback email, where you guys can go and explore the accessibility standards and getting started guide. I will show the website directly. And before that, I mentioned about the lawsuit, right? In American Disability Act, Americans with the Disability Act, there is an enforcement where you should communicate with people with the disabilities in a proper manner. Otherwise, like, the lawsuit will be suing your website. And also in Europe, they have the Equality Act 2010. So if you are working in a e-learning platform, eventually you should definitely consider ARIA into your application. So if that's it, if it's not included or like incorporated, eventually you should do it as a front runner, I would say. All right, let's go back. So I'll explain only about ARIA. ARIA is nothing but accessible rich internet application, where it provides the states and properties for managing the application easily for end users, I would say. For example, ARIA is generally used in screen readers, where as a vision deficiency user, I will consider using screen reader. If I hover on it or like I use keyboard strokes like tab key, enter or arrow keys, eventually that's gonna replay me, okay, this is what you have touched, this is what you have did. So you have selected this content, you selected this input box, you selected this div element, and roles you can like specify. The roles can be anything. Whatever you want, you can name it. A multimedia is there, progress bar is there, and like whatever, name it. And here there are a few states and properties. Description, disabled, hidden, invalid, label, labeled by. So let's take few samples and like see how it's working in screen reader without ARIA and with ARIA. Okay, so that you can able to understand much better. I'll resume it. So there is a word like if ARIA is implemented, it should be done written in a proper way. If it's not done, please don't use ARIA, because it's also gonna confuse people. So if you are using it, use it in a right way. Okay, why web elements or like web application is inaccessible? That's because we are not testing like a person with some disability. That's one thing. We are not testing it properly. And the next thing is, we are not using proper semantic HTML. What does semantic HTML mean? Does anyone know? Yeah. Go ahead. Exactly right. So semantic are something understandable by me also as well, like system also. That's like human and machine should understand what I written. That's called semantics. So when it comes to article, I can understand article is what. Okay, machine also can understand it. Similar way tabs, similar way anything, button is a semantic. But div, I can use div anywhere, whatever it can be. It can also be act like a button or like act like anything, okay. So those are non-semantic elements. So we should use proper semantic HTMLs. And whenever you assigned with some stories, you only like check and finish it only with mouse-centric action, I would say. Right? Who did the same thing? I generally like finish it with mouse-centric actions always. Yeah. So we should consider using the correct HTML, and also the hierarchy should be correct. And also we should specify roles if you are using non-semantic HTML. Say example, if you are using div, right? You should specify a role, like it should act like a button or it should act like something else. And also ensure before delivering things to anyone, ensure like the keyboard navigation works, left arrow, right arrow, and like tab and space, enter, everything works fine or not. And finally, you should also start exploring ARIA states and properties. And whenever you are loading the page, try to display the page entirely without collapsing or doing a conditional rendering. This will avoid otherwise like people will tough time in understanding things. So these are the something I just wanted to show. Let's go for a quick demo. So I need a mic. Okay, here it is. Hello. So I like just created few components, few elements, and this is icon. So example, we have a Facebook icon, Twitter icon, and something else. Okay, if I navigate to this particular icon, as a user, end user, I will understand this is a search icon or like Facebook icon. But what about vision defective user? Will you understand that? Eventually not. So let me press tab and go to the search.
Up next, showing from internal link, internal link, internal link, internal link, internal link, internal link, internal link.
So everything is internal link here. So what I can do? Internal link. It's a tag.
Window React tag.
I'll just show the code. It's a tag with icon inside. Doesn't know what to say. Okay. So you need to specify the ARIA thing, like ARIA label equal to the name of the tag. Now let's see.
Settings, internal link.
It says like settings internal link.
User profile, internal link.
User profile, internal link.
Shopping cart, internal link.
By specifying a simple attribute, it provides like more meaningful information when people are accessing, right? So that's what the purpose of making using the ARIA. So this is all about adding ARIA. And if you don't want the ARIA to be explicitly specified for element, you can hide it from screen reader using ARIA hidden. It doesn't read anymore. Now let's go to show information.
Show information button.
It shows show information as a button, but eventually that's not a button. Okay.
Hide information button.
It's gonna collapse and expand, where it's gonna expand and show a tab list with tab panel below. Okay. So schedule is one button, speaker is one button, topic is one button. Inside, when you click each tab, you eventually have that tab panel with the different content.
Schedule button.
It says schedule button, but it's a tab list. Eventually, it should have like 1, 2, 3, 3 tab lists is shown here. But if you close your eyes and like if for a moment, like you close your eyes and check this information, it shows a hidden button. On clicking the hidden button, you don't know like what is going to happen, right? That's missing here. And when you tab it, it says schedule is a button. On clicking,
Schedule button.
it doesn't show say like schedule button is clicked.
Speakers button. Topics button. Show information aria button collapsed.
Then it straight away navigates to a different segment. Okay, this is not the right behavior. So the mistakes are like huge. Instead of button, yeah, button is right, but we should ensure there is like 3 tab listing is done. And in the tab panel, when you click on the button 1, it should show tab panel 1, which is schedule. And when you click speakers, it should show speaker tab. And topics, it should show topic panel. So that should be the behavior. So what I did as part of this, I'll show it right away. So I added the data in tab data. So that is done. And I added a button. If the toggle is happening, I am setting the content visible. And if the content is visible, I added like tab with each button mapped to it. It will be opened. And on clicking each tab, it activates the corresponding tab content. That's what I did. So what I can do is, I'll show the updated one. So there are like few recommendations here where we can use aria attribute in the main toggle that it's gonna expand when I click on the main button. And the tab list should have a role called, tab list should have a role called tab list. That can be, it's an aria state and property. You can also explore it. There is a huge documentation available. Then we can like specify aria label for each and every input. And then tab button should have a role tab so that like it connects directly to the tab panel. That makes more sense. And whenever it is selected, we can add the selected value so that the screen reader says me the tab is selected or not selected. And aria controls is nothing but, say example, if I click on the tab button, it's going to show the tab panel, right? Eventually that is interrelated or connected with each other. So that's the main purpose of having aria control. And also we added a keyboard navigation. As a user, like we only concentrated on mouse clicks, but now we need to handle keyboard navigation also. So on key down, we should do something. So that one thing is added. And we used a schematic structure. That's what I did. Not more than that, and some extra. So leave that. So when the content is visible, then it's expanded. And the array control is straight away connecting to my seminar content. And I just added the roles. Area selected, control, and the key down. On key down, handling the key down. That's what I did. That's it. Let's see how this works now.
Seminar information tab list. Schedule. Tab selected 1 of 3.
It says like tab selected 1 of 3, which means like as a visual defective user, I would know like there are 3 tabs available.
Schedule. Tab panel.
So it says like schedule tab panel. I can go back.
Information tab list. Speakers. Tab selected 2 of 3. Speakers. Tab panel. Seminar information tab list. Speakers. tab selected 2 of 3. Topics, tab selected 3 of 3. Schedule, tab selected 1 of 3.
So I can able to navigate front, back, top, bottom, everything is possible with this kind of new setup. So when you are considering any development, start utilizing this kind of area components, area states and properties. That will boost the people life. I mean, like the readability will be improved. And let's go back to another one.
Show information, open drop down button. Open drop down aria.
It's see, it straight away skips to the next one.
Open drop down button. Open drop down aria. Pop up button collapsed. Open drop down aria. Pop up button expanded. Option 1, menu item 1 as 4. Option 2, menu item 2 as 4. Option 3, menu item 3 as 4.
So that's how it's worked. A similar kind of setup I did to the existing code, so that like it's more readable in the screen reader. And let's finally have one small demo. Okay, 42. And there is, for example, you have an application, and in that application there is some notification comes in a timely fashion, and there is also some alert message straight away comes in. You need to interrupt the screen reader and wanted to like say something in the front. Okay, this session is gonna expire in another 1 minute time. What are you gonna do? So you can use ARIA Live for that, where you can set the property as assertive and also polite. So polite has a different context, and assertive is something like you want to interrupt the screen reader and you want to say something. You can start using that attribute. And I'll show a quick demo on that.
Live update, count is 35. Open drop down aria. Pop up button collapsed. Assertive update, count reached 40. Waiting for assertive button.
So what I did is whenever the countdown is like started, every 10 seconds I'm gonna trigger a assertive update, and every 5 seconds I'm gonna trigger a polite update, which gonna work seamlessly. And similar fashion, you can also try it from your end and see how it works.
Aria, pop up button assertive update, count reached 70.
So it's actually interrupted a message. If you could see that it interrupted some message and like it started saying something, right?
80. Waiting for assertive update ellipsis. The live update, count is 85. Assertive update, count reached 90. Waiting for assertive update ellipsis. The live update, count is 95. Open drop down aria. Assertive update, count reached 1.
So that's about the ARIA Live, and similar way we have a lot other states and properties which can be utilized everywhere inside your application. So try to utilize that. And finally,
Up next.
that's it from my end.
It's Saturday. Time to relax.
Yeah, that's it from my end. Do you have any questions, guys?
So all the accessibility techniques here says that React support all those things which are web standard. Does React provide you any custom stuff for accessibility?
So right now React natively supports ARIA, that's for sure.
Okay.
But it will not support all the extent, I would say. So for some extent, you need to write or inject some of the ARIA properties then and there.
Okay.
So in terms of this one, right, ARIA Live, you should do it yourself. And in terms of ARIA, there is one for navigation called Atomic. You should do it yourself. Whenever like people goes to different location, then we need to ensure we spin up different messages. So for that, you need to do custom implementations.
Instead of using default existing ARIA attributes, we can use custom
No, I
attributes.
mean like on top of it, you again need to add some ARIA states and properties.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, actually I have a question like when it comes to SEO and all, we have a Google platform, right? Okay. So when we have a lighthouse kind of a stuff we have, right? So when it comes to SEO and all, do we have any other application to evaluate our application, like our web app actually?
Okay.
So to find out the scores, such kind of stuff. Yeah.
So sorry, I totally forgot that slide. So you're right, with Lighthouse and also with Chrome web measurement tool, we can able to measure the accessibility performance. Example, you go to a site and go to Lighthouse, go to desktops, choose your category, and similar way of SEO, you can analyze the page, accessibility,
Talentship, Verstalk and CIH.
so if you could see the accessibility rating is like 79, yes, you can do it.
Hello.
Yep.
Am I audible there?
Yes.
Yeah, I have one question. Like, how do you make sure, like, if new team member comes, like, how you make sure, like, they are following the same standard? Like, building, if they're building a component, you need to make sure they are following all the standards, right? Like, how you are making that, like?
That's a tough question, I would say. We can't, during the time of review as well, whenever you are done with basic design, you should right away go ahead and implement your own a design system for yourself. So example, you use Storybook in order to create the design system where you incorporate all the ARIA properties whenever the component is freshly created. Consider you're going to create button, input, collapse, fluxbox or something, right? Whenever you create your component initially, that time you should have done with this implementation so that everyone will start following that code. That's the only way I would see now. I don't have anything in mind. If anyone have any thoughts, please help him. And also in peer review, you can try to enforce. Is that answered? Is that answered? Sorry?
So basically, you are telling you we have to, while doing a code review or something, we have to make sure that it's not happening, right?
Code review is one thing, and initially when the fresh design is formed, right? During that time, you can straight away implement your own design system. If you go to Storybook, right? You can able to see the buttons, divs are already implemented from different person. That's all like initially created one.
Okay.
So you can do like that, so that people, upcoming peoples, can reuse the properties or like the elements.
Yeah. Okay.
Easily. That's fine. Guys, any other question? Yeah.
Making a website to tell a story is tough, actually.
Exactly, yes.
So, at what degree would you say you would stop?
Consider it depends on the use case. I'm gonna create my food application. I mean like food ordering application. In that scenario, the usability point of view is, we need to consider the usability point of view, because blind people, or sorry for making that word, people with vision disability, they are gonna use it, right? So in that scenario, we should adopt accessibility. In terms of e-learning, which I worked like a few years back, it's very much mandatory that the e-learning product is sold to some schools, colleges. Eventually, we wanted ARIA to be implemented. Right now, in Talentship, we work for one of the company called SoSafe, where we create e-learning product that is mandatory for them, which comes in relation with Equality Act 2010 Euro. It's very much mandatory in that kind of application. Say example, if your application is too much of some information broadcasting, that's not needed. It's up to the usage, I would say.
So it's basically industry-wise. So some industry requires that to be there by default. Some industry opts out.
Yeah, maybe. I would say like dashboard is gonna be used only by admins, which doesn't require fancy design or this kind of properties are not at all required. But whatever the application which is used by end user, and if you think the disability comes into picture like more than 10%, definitely I would consider adding ARIA properties to that.
Okay.
Final chance, anyone?
My question is, do we have any standard, like we have a ES lint and all, right, when we are writing a code, so it will suggest us to follow like standard pattern. Okay. So do we have anything similar to that in, like we have an alley, right? Do we have any extension kind of stuff while doing accessibility part?
Okay, I didn't figured out it, but like there should be, there are like a lot of third-party libraries available, but I'm not sure about the linting kind of thing, but I can check that. But if, sorry, so if it works in Lighthouse, definitely there should be some available for the check. That should be there. We can check it right away.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we have one for iOS, one for Windows as well. If you are going with a corporate customer, they purchase like JAWS from Oracle, which is like a very great tool. You start utilizing it. What I used is something different. It's called a Chrome extension, Chrome Vox plugin. You can also start using it. Any other question?
Actually, here I want to add up the point for his question.
Yeah.
So, actually, in my point of view, right, this accessibility is not in the term of kind of applications or the requirements and all. It's actually a developer ethics. So we have to be consider all the disabilities peoples also in order to considering for the development. Might be if it is an internal project or kind of organization project, so that we can look into the customer's point of view. But in case of it is a public forum or public website, we have to have an ethic while in the development itself. So we have to use this accessibility in order, if irrespective of the from the requirement perspective, but we have to undergo this thing. That's a point which I need to add on.
This is part of development. That's what she's saying. Yes, you're right. Any other question? If not, we can wind up. That's it. Thank you. Over to you.
So guys, I hope the audio is clear. Not clear? Good, bad, ugly? Yes, no, hi, why? Okay, so we have one more speaker, so one last session. After that, we'll wind up for the day. What? You don't want a speaker? No. Very nice. At the end, we have a no. Very good. உங்களுக்காகங்க நான் இவருக்காக இல்லை உங்களுக்காக வந்து கடைசி ஸ்பீக்கர் வேணான்னுடுறேன். He'll close off the session right now. Thank you guys for being an amazing crowd. You have to give you guys a round of applause because you've chosen to come here on a Saturday You've yes, yes. யார் கொடுக்குறா? Yeah. So you guys have invested your time to come here on a Saturday, share your knowledge, share your inputs. இதுக்கு மேலே மொக்கப்பட வரும்ல அவரே கிளம்பிட்டாரு. But yeah, the last call is I'd call upon the speakers. First up was Jay, if you could come up on stage, and Nikhil, if you could hand over the memento to Jay. Surya, he wants you to do it. The mementos to Jay. And Saravanan to join us on stage. Surya, if you could. Surya, this is on you. Ninga. நீங்களே உங்களுக்கே கொடுத்துக்கிறீங்களா இல்லை ஏதாச்சும் தெரியுங்களா? சரி, ஓகேங்க. தனுஷ், எஸ், எவ்வளோ நல்ல ஒரு இது இல்லை, உங்களுக்கே நீங்களே கொடுத்துக்கிட்டு. இப்போ இது வந்து எப்படி நம்ம பார்ப்பாங்க, அவங்க நீங்கள் அவங்களுக்கு கொடுப்பீங்கன்னு நினச்சிட்டு பார்த்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க. அதான் உண்மை. So guys, thank you so much. I'll take another 2 minutes and we'll wind up immediately, quickly. So again, just to add to this, the community is growing fast. It's only growing fast thanks to you guys. So make sure you share those photos. We have a selfie booth on the outside. And if you guys would like to share any feedbacks as such, தைரியமான ஆளாக இருந்தீங்கன்னா வெளில அந்த ஃபீட்பேக் சொல்லுங்கள். நல்ல ஃபீட்பேக்னா எதா கொடுப்போம், கெட்ட ஃபீட்பேக்னாலும் எதா கொடுப்போம், வேறு மாதிரி கொடுப்போம். அவ்வளோ வேறு ஏதோ
Come on, it will motivate us to give you more.
You can sit down. It's your convenience.
See, actually, like I registered for this because my friend forced me to. The thing is, he didn't get the event ticket. I got it, and he personally messaged you guys for it, and he didn't still get it. Like I thought, okay, I'll bunk today anyways. Like I have some other work in my college. I came from Andhra, IIT City. I traveled 2.5 hours for this. I think this is worth it. Yeah. So I think the 2 hours I spent traveling now, and again I should go back to my college tomorrow. So the thing is, it is worth it. I think it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel really bad for my friend. This is the first time for him.
See, in case like you guys really need the tickets, kindly reach us in Discord, or we definitely not know like it's really required or not. Okay, because the participation count is almost 70-80, right? And registration count is like almost 250, and we have a seating capacity only 100. Okay, we need to limit people till 120, 130, 140. We did for 150, right? 180. Okay, this time we did for 180 people, but like the turnout ratio is like 80. So this is why the reason is.
Yeah, I can understand it. Yeah. He actually reached out to you guys, but still he didn't get it. Yeah, it's fine. He will obviously come in next time, and I will too accompany him. So
yeah. And one thing regarding the accessibility linter, we have one that's called Access Lint. You can start using that. Yeah.
எப்படி வந்தார் பாரு, கட்சியில் விட மாட்டார், தூங்க மாட்டார். நைட் எனக்கு 4 மணிக்கு கால் பண்ணுவார், காலைல சொல்லுவார், அவன் பையன் சொன்னான் தெரியுமா. Anyways, I never got your name. Jananathan. Thank you so much, Jananathan.
Anyone else?
நம்ம இல்லை கை அருள நம்ம அவங்க வீட்டுக்கு போகணும் துடிக்கிறாங்க. வெயிட் பண்ண ரைட். ஸோ leave it at that. And just to add to the last bit, which is that we do have a React opening. If you guys are freshers or you guys are experienced seasoned professionals, you should reach out to our HR desk outside. Just food for thought. See what are the openings we have. See what opportunities we have. What are the cultures? What are the other broader aspects that we have in Talentship? And even if this doesn't click, drop in your resume. Let's see if we click down the road, down as we sail down the road. down the seas. Let's see if we connect. So our HR desk is outside. Hari is going to be there. Hey Hari. So she is going to be outside. You can connect with her, ask her questions, trouble her, make sure she stays here till 9 p.m. and doesn't go home at all. And that will be very helpful for us to make sure we come to the office. Yep. Right, I'm sorry, HR desk is going to be here because we're going to take a selfie outside. So HR is going to be here. Trouble her, don't make her come outside for the selfie. Thank you guys. So with that, we're winding up this show. Thank you for coming in. So I will meet you outside at the selfie station. Right? Sir? Signing off Rambone solnuma. Solta. Yes. Yes. HR to the front desk, please. HR to the front desk, please. Hmm?